Ladies and gentlemen, during this public meeting, City of Launceston will use audio-visual technology to live stream the meeting. After the meeting, an audio-visual recording of the meeting will be published on our website, www.launceston.tas.gov.au, to support and inform the community regarding council meetings. Attendees will be taken to have consented to their image, speech or statements being live streamed or published as described. This consent extends to any minors accompanying an attendee who is a parent or legal guardian. If you do not consent to being videoed, or if you intend to disclose any confidential or sensitive information in the course of the meeting, please notify us as early as possible prior to the commencement of this council meeting. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alison. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making the effort to come in to speak to us today at Town Hall, and those who might also be streaming in at their own time. So in opening today's meeting, today here on the unceded lands of Palawa people, I would like to express our deepest respect and condolences to the Holbrook family for the loss this week of Aboriginal elder Auntie Sharon. Auntie Sharon has been an integral part of not only my personal learning journey here in this role, but also in our Launceston and Tasmanian community. So thank you. You may be seated. We only have one apology here this afternoon from the Deputy Mayor. No further acknowledgements from the Mayor, as it was just sort of implemented in our acknowledgement of country very respectfully for Auntie Sharon. So looking to number 4.1 is the confirmation of minutes. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on the 13th of February be confirmed as true and correct record. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Britton? Nothing, no discussion around the table? Oh, okay. Nothing from the mover or the seconder? Oh, declarations of interest, sorry. We'll do this first. Councillor Walker, did you have something to do with the minutes?
If that item is still open.
Yes, it is.
It appears that my name has started to appear as T.J. Walker rather than T.G. Walker in both agenda and minutes. If that could be addressed, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, putting it to the vote to accept the minutes. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 3, we have declarations of interest. A councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in a matter before any discussion on that matter commences. Do we have any declarations today? Okay, there being none, we will move forward to council workshops. 5.1, we have council workshop report, 20th of February till the 27th of February, with the recommendation that council notes the workshops were conducted and attended since the last council meeting for the purposes described and published in this agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Gibson. Councillor Britton, would you like? Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Just briefly, would like to really commend the work that is being done internally with regard to our 10-year strategic plan. I think that we're really on great footing with regard to where we are at with that. I know that it will soon go out to public consultation and that lots of work internally has been undertaken with regard to our staff, and now certainly councillors seeing it on the 27th of February. From my perspective, really excited, really happy to see the strategic focus with regard to the Strat plan, and looking forward to our community having the opportunity to speak to that. Equally, would also like to reiterate my thanks for an excellent parking fees and charges operational presentation that occurred on the 20th of February. It was, I think, due to the work of Councillor Kai and indeed others expressing a desire to see a change to the previously approved bylaw that councillors had implemented. And I think that that presentation and the way that our parking staff were looking to engage CEO with you to ensure that we could respond positively and proactively to our community is really exciting. So I thank the staff for that presentation.
Thank you. Further comments around the table? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge the ongoing relationship between Launceston City Council and Hawthorn Football Club and the ongoing discussions there, the 25-year history that we have with that club, notwithstanding what may happen in the future in regards to stadiums and Tasmanian football teams. It's an important relationship and one that's been valued by the football-loving community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, just to make comment on the Henry to Hobblers Link Road, which I think is a very important piece of new road infrastructure to link those two areas along the North Esk Valley. And I think that will help ease a lot of congestion that's currently experienced in the Penquite Road, Hobblers Bridge and Elfin Road area once that becomes a reality. But we've got to start somewhere, and this is our very first start at providing that link road.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any further contributions? Okay, nothing further from the mover. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 6, we have councillors' leave of absences, which will be dealt with under closed council at agenda item 24.2. We have no community reports at 7. So looking at public question time at 8, 8.1 is public questions on notice. They are published and responded to as a part of this agenda. At 8.2, we have public questions without notice. So noting that the rules and regulations are displayed and available upon entry, you may ask a total of 3 questions each. Please starting with your name and your suburb. Mr. Baines.
Thank you, Mayor. Ron Baines, Kings Meadows. A couple of 3 questions here. We've got number 2 Invermay Road is apparently going to be divided into 2, one section of it. I'd like to know why and which section of that area is being divided into 2.
Thanks, Mr. Baines. I don't have that current information in front of me at the moment, so we'll take that one on notice so we can ensure that we get you the correct information.
Thank you. Okay, last one. Where is the dividing line between number 2 Invermay Road and number 4?
Sure. We'll have a look at that one, Mr. Baines, as well, and ensure that that's a part of the question on notice that we take there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Dickinson, Riverside. As you probably be aware, ever since the Albert Hall started, I've been asking questions and I've been getting answers, and I also read the agenda. So you can probably assume I've got a rough idea of what's going on. So in round figures then, I'm aware that a guaranteed maximum price contract was made with SHAPE for $13,300,000, and it was tailored to minimise the risk of overruns, and councillors holding a $700,000 contingency. The SHAPE contract is expected to fall within budget, with a contract completion date of 27 March 2025, which is almost now. But an extension of time is being considered. The total Albert Hall renewal project contract is $17 million, which includes the extra council funding of $5.6 million. So it gets me to today's question. Today's agenda includes a closed council item or section, because as it says, information that is, if disclosed, might confer a commercial advantage or disadvantage sort of to other people. So the closed meeting has been called to discuss business, which in effect to me is discussing finance. So something's gone wrong. I've given you all the facts and figures regarding money and finances. So what has gone wrong that the financial position needs to be discussed behind closed doors?
Thanks for the question, Jim. It's not necessarily to say that anything's gone wrong, and as this is a closed council agenda item, we won't be able to delve into those facts and figures, but there very well could be conversation around extra scope of some additional works that this council might or might not look to be exploring in the capacity of additional works inside the venue.
Yeah, so you making the comment about additional work that implies money, which implies finances.
Oh, it very well might come to a conversation around money if this council does or doesn't want to further invest into additional works or not. That's a part of the closed council agenda that discussion will be had.
So all the figures that I read out, you're not disputing those, that what I've said is correct? 17 million total price and all that sort of stuff?
Oh, if that's what's in the report, I'm not repeating the report.
Well, it's in council documents, yeah, okay. So question 2, regarding the Albert Hall, the architects and commercial project delivery are rarely mentioned in council agendas. In fact, I could say that they're never mentioned in council agendas. So regarding commercial project delivery in particular, they were appointed by council as a specialist building management firm. That's a quote straight out of your stuff. So they've been appointed as a specialist building management firm. But they've never been mentioned in the last couple of years in the agenda. One assumes they're doing something. You know, what have they been doing and why, assuming they're doing it adequately, why does today's meeting have to have a closed meeting on the Albert Hall?
Oh, there's many reasons we have closed council, and as one of them you alluded to was around competition and confidence in ensuring that we aren't giving any competitive advantage to any others in our community or further abroad. So there's all manner of reasons that we have closed council agenda items. But in terms of your question, I'm happy to take that on notice to ensure that we get a proper report to you around what those roles and responsibilities are from that question there.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, but I'd like a reply as to what commercial project delivery have been doing.
Sure.
And to control, to manage the project.
Yep, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
We'll take that on notice.
And I was in town early this morning and I always park my car around City Park because it's free for a couple of hours. Just happened to notice there's very little, if nothing, happening on the Albert Hall this morning. So my question is, has SHAPE shot through?
Oh, Mr. Dickinson, to say that there's nothing outside doesn't mean there's nothing happening inside. I'm not there, the project managing, but we can definitely have further conversation around on a question on notice with what the actual timeframes and so forth have been in terms of the delivery of this project.
What was it?
I'm not inside or outside the building, Mr. Dickinson, to say who's working at what time, but we can definitely have a look into the process as to what's been going on with the delivery of this project.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be finished in 3 weeks. And so you would assume there'd be 10, 20, 50 people scattering around doing this and that. So the fact there's nobody there doesn't augur well for 27th of March completion date.
Mr. Dickinson, that's your opinion. I can't speak
No,
for what
opinion.
you're saying you saw or who's there and who's not there.
So it's not going to be finished by the 27th of March, is it? That's the question. Is it not going to be finished?
You've had your 3 questions, Mr. Dickinson,
No,
and we have answered them and taken them on notice. We're happy to give you more information through those. We've taken you through the building and been very gracious with your time, Mr. Dickinson. We appreciate your advocacy, but you've had your 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm right. I'm being funny. Sorry. On the afternoon of 24th of May 2024...
Miss Ives, just your name and suburb to
Oh,
start, please.
I thought we got there. Okay. Rosalind Ives, West Launceston.
Thank you.
On the afternoon of the 24th of May 2024, approximately 3:30 p.m, across the road from my place, I saw a truck parked in the driveway opposite with a yellow chemical spraying sign on the rear of the vehicle. I did send a photo in of it, by the way. The solo occupant of the vehicle proceeded to conduct spraying around the edges and on the nature strips with no other warning or signage. As he continued to spray, the drift was visible from my frontage. A mother and a child walked past down the footpath where they were cascaded with the drift.
The pathway is a regularly used public thoroughfare by children and parents. It's on the way to the school. To and from the IGA around the corner, and also used publicly near the bus stop, which is very close by where he was spraying. I was alarmed. I was beginning to believe I was back living in the 20th century, where awareness of human and species health and waterway impacts of herbicides, example glyphosate, and pesticide sprays were unknown. My question is, what training regime and what accountability is in place by Council for the contractors using sprays in public spaces and thoroughfares?
Thank you for the question. To ensure that we get a concise and a well-constructed answer, I'll take that one on notice as well.
Okay. Now, a second question. I registered with Council for no sprays near my property a number of years ago because of the annual presence, breeding and movement of blue-tongued lizards from the back of my property down to the slip road verge. Also, the large grated stormwater outlet located nearby my front wall. I was alarmed when I checked this year to discover I was no longer on the register. Having not received any communication from Council, I had incorrectly assumed the registration was ongoing. When I phoned, I was informed I wasn't on the register. I was required to re-register. I was gobsmacked to learn that registration had to occur annually. At my property in Meander, near to the Liffey River, the riparian roadside verge is protected from council spraying until a written request is made to remove the address from the register. There seems to be little encouragement for registration to prevent sprays being used near one's property with such an inane procedural process. Apparently, notification is sent every year in September to reapply. I have never received anything. It is not in the interest of healthy soils, healthy citizens and species survival for the current need to register year by year. Council prides itself on its greening city policy and plans. Question 2. Would Council review the processes required for registration of no spraying of herbicides and consider the sensible practice of Meander Council, where once registered, registration is ongoing, and only when the property owner wishes to remove the register is notification required? At the very least, would Cole Council require only biannual checks to reaffirm ongoing no spraying regime?
Thank you for that. We'll take that one on notice as well to look into those processes and those protocols.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I've got one more.
That's okay.
Lilydale Falls is a natural space. I used it as a teacher a lot for taking students to offer the learning and experience of being in nature. I often stop by for a rest now because it is a special restful mental space. It has a barbecue, tables and other facilities that have, on every occasion I have been there, been occupied and enjoyed by young and old. Public spaces devoid of man-made intrusions while offering a unique natural experience are rare in the council area. Recently, councillors' discussion around a food van being able to be applied for as a commercial development at the reserve was alarming, when the benefit of having a natural space devoid of commercial interest should have been given some priority because of its rarity. I also wish to factor in the additional demands on council staff for rubbish management should packaging and coffee cups mount up and escape the bins. Any packaging reaching the waterway would be a pollutant that would degrade over time the habitats surrounding the falls. I concur with Councillor Palmer that the local business community should be consulted. Question 3. Would Council give consideration to what would be lost by the addition of a food van to this special place of Lilydale Falls Reserve?
Thank you, and thank you again for your question. As this is an agenda item that will be coming to a further council meeting, we'll consider those absolutely as a part of that discussion then going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. councillors, Mr Mayor, Mr Johnson. I've been asking this question for a number of years, I might say. And Rosemary Armitage, and I'm here as the independent member for Launceston. I'm asking on behalf of my constituents, and my address is 182 Cimetière Street. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the reminder. Just to get a bit overexcited, I think, how it was going. I've been asking this question for a number of months, years, and to date, I haven't had a satisfactory answer. And I'm really hoping today that maybe through you, Mr Mayor, that Mr Johnson might be able to answer me. It's with regard to the Birchall's, Katie's buildings in the Launceston Mall. So can you please provide an update on the Birchall's, Katie's buildings? Given the length of time they've been empty, what progress has been made with regard to development? Has any agreement been entered into or discussions had with mainland or local developers? And if so, can you elaborate on these, given the length of time the community has been waiting for an answer? And as I said, I've asked this a number of times, and generally the answer I get is we're in discussion, we're in mediation, and I'm afraid the answer just doesn't cut it any longer with the community, and I'd be really grateful if I could have maybe a fulsome response.
Sure. Thank you for the question. CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through the Chair, and I thank the honourable member for coming and asking her question. It's certainly a very topical topic discussion around this table and certainly within the community, and something we've discussed a lot in the last few months. By way of an update where I can, because I'm mindful of some of the confidentiality arrangements that sit around this particular negotiation at this point in time, I can confirm we are out to market for that particular property. We are engaging, or we have engaged, a third-party property firm who are negotiating on our behalf, so keeping the process very transparent. We will be aiming to present a closure of that expression of interest process to Council at the end of March, of which Council will then be given an opportunity to consider what has been submitted during that process. And based on feedback from the property firm to date, there has been a reasonable interest from a range of property developers for a range of uses for that particular site. We haven't been specific in exactly what we want. We've left that up to the proponent to come to us and give us a proposal on what they believe they could put on the Birchall site.
Could I just ask my simple question with regard to that? Sorry. Sorry. And could you just, through you, Mr Mayor, could you confirm that there is no intention any further, and I know this was on the table previously, for Council to do the development themselves?
Thank you. CEO.
Thank you for the supplementary, and through the Mayor, that would be a decision of Council, and Council has not been put in a position where it would need to consider such proposal at this time, so I couldn't give you a definitive answer on that, noting and respecting that would need to be a decision of the elected Council.
Thanks, Rose. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is in regard to the monkeys in City Park.
Just your name and suburb, please.
Noel Christensen from Punchbowl. My questions are, how much has City of Launceston spent on the monkeys to this point? What is the current annual budget for upkeep of the monkeys? How much will it cost to implement the extermination plan of them over the next 25 years? In short, how much money has so far been and are currently and in the future will the monkeys cost the City of Launceston?
Sure. Thank you for your questions. As I don't have those reports in front of me, we'll take those on notice and ensure that they're answered in the next available agenda. Thank you. Further questions without notice? Mr Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Robin Smith on behalf of Coffee Republic Launceston. You'd be aware I've been working on the traffic City Heights place plan. Question about the traffic. I'd ask you a question, Mr Mayor. Say, for example, what Launceston, for the traffic, the one-way conversions of Charles Street, converting to two-way. My opinion might differ, but what would you say rush hour? How would you describe rush hour, the busiest hour of the week in the city?
Mr Smith, I couldn't answer that question on a personal note. I'm not sure what that response would be.
Would you be surprised if I said the busiest single traffic hour of the week is 11 o'clock on a Saturday night? The second busiest hour of the week in Launceston for traffic is Friday night, 11 o'clock. Do you think that has any bearing on the reports? And I did ask for a peer review of a report which was called City of Launceston, Launceston City Heart Project Two-Way Street Conversion Preliminary Traffic Assessment. Do you think that would have any bearing on it, that Gell, the statistics were given to him, wouldn't perhaps have picked that up, that Blockies, 11 o'clock on a Saturday night was the busy traffic time? If that's what their focus is on, they might not have realised that. And secondly, I did ask, and you did indicate from the AGM, this is the second part of the question, 13th, the AGM was that the peer review had been conducted by Dr. Bruce Corbin. I did ask, I looked for a copy, couldn't find it, and Dr. Corbin, who I found, wasn't able to give a copy because apparently it's a council item, product, or piece of property. Would that be available to be made to me to have a look?
We'll take those questions on notice, Mr. Smith, and ensure that they're answered.
Thank you very much. Second question, please. We did have not a falling out, but a discussion on the removal of graffiti, particularly swastikas. I remember a time when I had a tete-a-tete, I think it's fair to say, with an officer, that a swastika was seen as being not an offensive word, it was a symbol. But could you tell me if you've been removing any swastikas from council property recently or private property? Is that something council could do? So if you've removed any swastika graffiti, from what property, how often and where?
I can take that on notice also. I know it's part of policy, but I wouldn't feel comfortable to quote that policy to you now, and I don't have the figures of what that looks like, but happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. And with regards, thank you, and I do appreciate when the officers compile answers. The Launceston City Safe Community Partnership, I understand, is embedded within council. I wonder, council gave me figures on complaints of, I call it ferocious driving or blockies complaints. There was not a lot in the council system of complaints. I wonder if the Launceston Safer Communities Partnership, are you able to say, because that's embedded within council, if they have received any complaints from residents or members of the public about this ferocious driving?
Sure. No, we can take that on notice as well and have a look into what correspondence has come through council, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any further questions without notice? Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baines. Thank you. Moving on through the agenda. We have no petitions, deputations or planning authority today, which has been identified as a part of this agenda. So we'll go through announcements by the Mayor at 12.1. They are published as a part of this agenda. I would just like to make one amendment that unfortunately I wasn't able to make it to the Clifford and Craig event. But I know there was great council representation, including the Mayoress, who came back absolutely beaming. Sort of ironically, we weren't able to get care for Billy, and we had a surprise visit from a federal minister with announcements. So thank you very much to all of those, in all occasions, who were able to make representations from the City of Launceston. Councillor reports at 13. Opening to the floor. Councillor Gibson and Councillor Harris.
Thanks so much. I wanted today to take the opportunity to recognise the passing of former Mayor of the City of Launceston, Clary Pryor, who died earlier this month. Clary, obviously a former architect, former church leader, former civic leader, was an alderman of the City of Launceston from 1962 through to 1973. And was Mayor of the City of Launceston from 1965 through to 1966. He passed away at the age of 98, having made an incredible contribution through his professional and community contributions. As I say, he was a stoic leader, devoted to numerous organisations and causes, and none more than rostrum. And I know other former mayors, including myself and Jamie Dickinson, would recall with great fondness Clary Pryor pulling us up and giving us a lesson on public speaking and how we could improve our presentations. One former mayor was always being pulled up for the speed at which she spoke. And in my case, it was always to reduce, if not completely remove, the word fantastic from one's vocab. But on a serious note, Clary Pryor was an incredible contributor, and he once told me that there was a time capsule in one of the pillars outside Town Hall. So I'm not sure if that's true or not. If anyone knew, it would have been him. But how wonderful that we can pause and reflect on a contribution that he made to the life of our city. Whilst a long time ago, we're a product of our past, and I think the contribution that Clary Pryor made to the city of Launceston through his elected and unelected roles was absolutely fabulous. So I wanted to take this opportunity to pause and reflect on that, and to note that he's now reunited with his incredible wife, Jean.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Gibson about passing of Clary Pryor. I also knew Clary Pryor. His second son, I think, Martin, was my brother's best mate going through high school, and he lived just down the road. And he also helped me at Rostrum when I first went along to Rostrum probably 40 years ago to help with my public speaking. So certainly he will be missed, and I'm a bit taken back by that, to be honest. I didn't realise. I'd seen him in the paper, of course, with his most recent memoirs being published. So there you go. Yeah, thank you. As far as what we've been up to, councillor duties, 3 weeks is interesting. It shows you do a lot in 3 weeks. I seem to be tagging along behind you at many of the events. The opening of the Launceston Tennis Centre, that was certainly a noteworthy opening of the building, and of course then used for the Launceston International. I didn't get to make it along to that, but certainly there was a big crowd there when I drove past for the final. So that's good to see. The pump track opening with you again, Mayor, great to see that. I'm sure past Alderman Daking would have been very pleased. That was always one of his many things that he wanted to see the city to provide. And whilst we have one, I personally think we probably have room for 3 or 4 more set around in the suburbs. Perhaps not quite as big as the one down at Riverbend Park, but nevertheless great to see it open and now being used. With yourself, I was the MC out at Franklin House for the garden party with the Governor just prior on the Monday, just prior to the Launceston Cup, which was last week. And then, of course, we had Hawthorn and Western Bulldogs on the Thursday night out at UTAS. So a very busy week for us here in Launceston. I'm sure that it was hard to get accommodation. And just a couple of nights ago, we attended the opening of Jackson Kia and their new showroom down in Wellington Street, which I guess shows the confidence that Errol Stewart and his family with the JMC automotive group have in investing in the city. It certainly would have been a multi-million-dollar investment for the brand Kia. And I can remember having spoken to Errol when he first suggested that he was going to buy a Kia. And I wasn't very complimentary on that. But of course, all of the brands that used to be around are no longer around. So it is a bit of a sad heart that I say that's what we've been up to as far as council is concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Guy.
Thank you. On the 19th of February, I attended the presentation of the City of Launceston's Social Impact Report on the ABCDE learning sites along with Mayor Garwood and Councillor Harris. This presentation was held at the Town Hall here by researcher Leanne Mitchell. Over the past 7 years, the City of Launceston has established 6 ABCDE learning sites in suburbs throughout its municipality. Outstanding contributions by Social Impact Report author Leanne Mitchell and Learning Site Facilitator Sarah McCormack. Thank you, ladies, for the great work. And as Mayor Garwood said, this review would guide our organisation in supporting the continued growth of stronger communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Guy. Further councillor reports? Councillor McMahon?
An unusual one. Last Friday night, I had a friend contact me due to a medical emergency. They'd forgotten to pick up a key for the next day. for a children's first birthday at one of our facilities. And I did get in contact with our CEO to see how we could help, and they actually hand-delivered a key to them. So I just wanted to acknowledge how far the staff went to actually fix that problem.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor reports. Further to add? Okay, we'll move forward to questions by councillors. At 14.1, we have councillors' questions on notice, which are published in the agenda. So at 14.2, councillors' questions without notice. Councillor Dawkins.
Sorry. With International Women's Day rapidly approaching, I think it's this Saturday, commentary in the community turns to the gender pay gap, and something I've not asked in the many years I've been here is this something we measure? And if it's not, is it something that we could measure and report back, please?
Great, thank you, Councillor Dawkins. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins, for the question, and through you, your worship, and I appreciate Councillor Dawkins giving some advance notice also, so thank you for that. We have started preparing some data on exactly that very matter, and I'll take it on notice so that we can actually give a very fulsome answer and an analysis of some historical data of the organisation.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I've got 3 questions and happy for them to be taken on notice if need be. The first one follows Councillor Kai's report on the launch of the ABCDE Learning Site Impact Statement, such as the great work contained within the many years of council support of that project. I wonder if at a future council meeting it might be appropriate to formally table that report, given obviously there was expense associated with it, but it is a great piece of work, as you've heard others say. I just think it would be a great recognition for the work. So the question is, could that occur?
Thank you.
Question 2, I note that we are still in a formal review of our committees, with many committees having been stood down due to the review and other associated reasons. Yet some committees are currently advertising for external members, whilst others are not able to have a meeting. So the question is, how is it that some committees are continuing full steam ahead and others are in complete abeyance and are not able to be functional? And the third and final question is, there have been 2 announcements recently with regard to funding, one to do with a long-held saga of a bridge across the Tamar, and the other with regard to the funding of some road works that will link up a strategic goal of council within the Kate Reid Reserve and making them more pedestrian and bicycle friendly. The question is, how can we seek as councillors to have more information about those things, A, prior to grant requests being made, or in the case of the announcement from the feds with regard, which is not, I saw, reliant indeed upon an election outcome, the feds with regard to the feasibility study. I think that would be number 7 or 8, feasibility study of the bridge across the Tamar, given that previously this council has been in direct opposition to that and the way that we were consulted previously.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. We'll take those on notice so we can ensure that we get good, concise reporting back to councillors. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much. Late last year, this council refused a permit to remove the Dutch elm tree in York Park precinct. In light of the fact that council has now entered into, has agreed to hand over that precinct to the state government, what is the process from here in order to, if it is the intention of Stadiums Tasmania to pursue that matter?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for your question. The DA that you refer to will be required to come back to council as presented by Infrastructure Tasmania at a workshop late last year. The exact timing of that, I couldn't tell you. I don't believe we've received the full development application for the total upgrade of York Park or UTAS Stadium at this point in time. We are still working through the subdivision component of the transfer.
Will that DA come back, including the removal of that tree, or will that be a separate permit that needs to be applied for?
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillor Walker, without seeing the DA in its entirety, I couldn't tell you exactly, but certainly discussions that I've had with Infrastructure Tasmania, as I understand that the removal of the tree still forms part of their proposed development application.
And when you say removal of the tree, has the Mayor or the CEO had discussions with anyone, including arborists, about the feasibility of actually removing the tree and relocating it to another location, council location?
I have. Thank you. Through the Chair, certainly from my perspective, the only arborist conversation and reports we've had is what's been previously provided to Council when this question was first raised around the original DA being submitted.
And speaking of York Park, and I'm reliably informed that tree may have been there closer to 100 years. But regardless, North Launceston Football Club has also been there for about 100 years. And through this forum and also in meetings that we've had with Stadiums Tasmania, I have continued to reiterate that we should be having discussions with North Launceston Football Club. And yet I was disappointed to read in the Examiner this week that North Launceston Football Club feel abandoned in the process and that they will be seeking a meeting with Council. Has the Mayor met with North Launceston Football Club?
CEO.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Walker, for your question. I can confirm that I have met with North Launceston Football Club, and I have a follow-up meeting with North Launceston Football Club next Wednesday at 4 p.m, to be quite precise. And that doesn't just include Council, it includes a range of parties, including the Northern Tasmanian Football Association, as well as Stadium Tasmania.
Certainly I was generous in, making those suggestions over a period of time, hoping that this could be preempted and not wishing to put a notice of motion forward that I suppose would compel the Mayor to meet with North Launceston. But I'm glad that this is happening now. And when it comes to notices of motion, I do have a notice of motion that Launceston Council investigate the possible application for inheriting Patterson Barracks from the federal government when the Defence Department do move out from there. I know that would be a long and involved process, but that notice of motion was put to this council nearly 2 years ago. Why has it taken so long for us to get to a point where that can be addressed?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair, and Councillor Walker. And as I've reiterated on a number of occasions, and now while we also include the notice of motion register within your agendas to be reviewed publicly and transparently every 3 weeks, is to ensure that the accountability is placed on the delivery of all motions and actions of Council. It's not just the Patterson Street Barracks motion, unfortunately, that seems to be long and outstanding. But as previously discussed, the more motions we receive, the further pressure it places on resources at times. So therefore, at times we do need to do an internal juggling act to make sure we can adequately respond. But nonetheless, when a decision is made of Council, it will be enacted, and we will continue to report every 3 weeks publicly on an update on all motions carried by Council.
Why then is the response from that public notice of motion not being tabled in this public meeting today, and indeed being tabled in a closed council meeting to follow this one?
Thank you, through the Chair, and Councillor Walker. Noting that there is an indicator within the report, which I'm sure you have read, in closed council, is the commercial in confidence potentially. However, if you feel, or if the council feels that they would like to see that in a public forum, then that would be the council's prerogative.
I think it is important when councillors put a public notice of motion forward that the public get an opportunity to see the response from staff and administration of council. I also think it's very important that the public get an opportunity to have some input into these concepts. This notion has arisen to create discussion around the possibility of council taking action in this area. Now, without discussing the contents at this stage of the closed council report, I will note something that's not in the report, and that is any public consultation in regards to possible community use, which is the main criterion for which the federal government would consider an arrangement with a local council in terms of the disposal of that property. Why has there been no public consultation? Indeed, especially with community groups, but other groups as well.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO?
Thank you, through the chair. I will take that on notice specifically, but I'm also cautious that we might be starting to enter into debate on an agenda item that's listed for closed council, so I don't want to jeopardise council's position at this point in time.
With all due respect, this is not entering the debate. Indeed, it's not discussing anything that's contained within that report. It's actually discussing what is not in that report. And I do need to make clear publicly the process that's going on, not the contents of the report. And therefore, I've made it very clear that I'm not discussing the contents of the report. So I do reiterate why, when the main criteria for any disposal of this property from the federal government is for us to show a community use. Indeed, when the notice of motion was put forward, it made reference to the Launceston City deal, which has numerous community related benefits and achievements that would hopefully be gained or addressed through the possible council applying for that property. So the question in all of that was, again, why was there no
So Councillor Walker, the CEO, said he will take that specifically on notice. Thank you. Further questions without notice? Okay, moving forward, we have no notices of motion or committee reports identified today. So we're going to our connections and livability. We've got at 17.1, approval of grant to City Mission for Community Champions project. We've got the recommendation here noting that in December 2024, City Mission, in partnership with the City of Launceston, secured $267,000 in funding from TCF, Tasmanian Community Fund, and the Community Champions project. As a part of that, it was required that we would look at a 10% cash contribution. So we're looking at the council recommendation being that council receives the report, and 2, approves a $30,000 grant to City Mission to support the implementation of the Community Champions project. This amount fulfills the required 10% cash contribution towards the project as stipulated by the TCF in their grant deed with City Mission, and is to be paid in 3 instalments of $10,000 per year for 3 years. It's been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. It's wonderful when we're able to bring to life something such as this. This is a direct result of a deputation that Council received from the Tasmanian Community Fund, and then our community development team of the time going away and coming up with really meaningful ways that we can partner with organisations that are already kicking goals in the northern suburbs to affect greatest change. I think, first of all, that the report is outstanding. What I love about this report is the depth that it goes to. It goes through the risks that council might be exposed to if we weren't to contribute the contribution. But most importantly, it details the outcomes of this project and the value that can be achieved through incredible partnerships. So I want to thank our staff. Mary Ann's just walked into the room, perfect timing, for the great work that is undertaken and leveraging the support and the ability to partner with the City Mission and no doubt other organisations to effect great change. Obviously, contributing funds from future council budgets requires a sensible decision making. I think the outcomes that will be arrived at through this small financial contribution will speak for themselves, and I commend the motion to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Dawkins. Got a question from Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just looking at the breakdown of the $420,000 that's been provided, of which $30,000 only comes from the city and $267,000 from TCF. I can't see within the report just what the funding is being used for. We obviously have in kind where there's a community officer from City of Launceston and another one from a project officer from City Mission. So the labour component seems to be covered, but what actually is the $300,000 of cash actually being used for in this particular case?
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Acting Executive Leader Purchase.
Thank you, Mayor Garwood. If I may, I'll ask Michelle Ogulin to respond. Thank you. I believe in the report we listed 5 key projects that are going to be run as part of this. It includes capacity building for people in the northern suburbs around a whole range of different programs to empower them to either run their own businesses or to improve their skills in employment and education. So there are 5 key points in the report which talk to that. So Mary Ann's role will be working with City Mission to facilitate experts to come into the northern suburbs to run workshops and training for people to help upskill and empower the people in our northern suburbs to develop additional skills which can only benefit the northern suburbs in the short and medium and long term.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Question, if I may.
Sure.
I note that the City of Launceston would also be providing in-kind support of $52,000 in regards to the development officer, I think the equivalent of 1 day a week it might be. Would it be considered then that our actual contribution would be indeed $82,000 for the 3-year project?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Executive Leader?
Yes, that would be reasonable.
And would it be the case that we are approving that 1 day a week position in this decision today?
Technically, I guess you would say that that's correct, yes, but the allocation of the resource to this project is being dealt with operationally, and we've determined that we can accommodate that.
Thank you. Further questions or contributions? Yeah. Councillor Walker.
To speak, thank you, Mayor. Look, these are, of course, the types of collaborations that Launceston Council should be seeking out actively. In this case, it is City Mission who has applied to the Community Fund in order to access that money, but in order for that money to be allocated, they do require the support from the City of Launceston. I'm a little concerned that it feels like there's a little bit of cart before the horse involved in that process, that maybe just it's opportune, I suppose, that this has come along, and therefore we will get behind it and support it. As I say, these are the types of collaborations that are going to be far more successful than if the organisation or if council did it alone. So fully supportive of it. Would, I suppose, question where it is that we can be more proactive in that area so that it's not, in this case, as it is a, I can't think of the word, but in retrospectivity, that we are applying this in this instance. And if that can be avoided in the future, that would be great.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Walker. I think we understand. No further contributions around the table? To close, Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Look, I think this is really exciting on a number of fronts. It's clearly documented that the north of the state is always underrepresented in terms of the funding allocation of the Tasmania Community Fund. Their demonstrable numbers, year on year, round on round, demonstrate that Launceston is underrepresented. We miss out. And that's because simply people are not applying in the first instance. What our staff did was took a presentation that was made to councillors with a desire to see funding flow to the north. They proactively engaged. They had a blue sky session. They came up with all manner of ideas that could add value strategically to the work that the City of Launceston is already doing, to the work that we're already funded to do, and how we could derive some incredible place-based community development outcomes. And so partnering with the City Mission, building on our ABCDE outcomes that have already been arrived at, and also building on the momentum that exists in the northern suburbs to upskill, to ensure people have opportunities to continue the great work in the leadership and community championing space that has already been undertaken, I think is only a great thing. It's strategically aligned, it's aligned in terms of us working with partner organisations, and importantly, it sees TCF funding flowing to the north, which can only be a good thing.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gibson. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Looking at 18, at QVMag, we have nothing identified as a part of this agenda. So at Community Asset and Design 19, we have the draft Launceston Housing Plan 25 to 40. Recommendation is that Council endorse the draft Launceston Housing Plan for public exhibition, period of 28 calendar days. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the draft community housing plan is an important document. It will be presented for the next 4 weeks for public consultation. We, along with almost every other city, not only in Australia but around the world, has found themselves in what has been called a housing crisis. And that is we've continued to build houses of the wrong type for the people that now live in our city. And this report clearly shows that we need to have more apartments and more medium density, missing middle type developments rather than continuing to build single standalone housing. Doesn't mean there's not a demand for that, but this report is very important for us to take forward and for the people of Launceston to have their say in it. I've long been aware that we haven't, for many, many years, built new retirement villages within the city of Launceston. There's been one built at Prospect most recently, but that in fact is in Meander Valley. But there hasn't really been one since what has been built at Glenara Lakes in the late 80s, early 90s. It has been extended a few times, but we have a continuing greying of our population as the baby boomers not only age gracefully, as we do here in Launceston, but we are attractive to those people to move to Launceston for our lifestyle, as our greatest exports are, in fact, our 24 to 35-year-olds. So that has a double whammy effect of not providing the right sort of housing. And so it's very important that we do look at this and understand it, our community understands it, and then hopefully we can see developers step into the marketplace to develop the right sort of housing so that people can age in their community as they wish to and not be forced to be living in houses that might have steps or 2 stories, steep land, lots of gardens to maintain, when as they get older that just becomes incredibly more difficult. So very happy to recommend that everyone endorse this, and it is only an endorsement of the plan. It will come back to us later after the public consultation period.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And yes, I agree with everything Councillor Harris has just said. I just wanted to point out, I do think it's very important. There's 4 principles. We've got Principle 3 and Principle 4, collaborate with partners and align investment with developers or with development. But, you know, we see a lot of different plans and strategies come through council, and at the end of the day, it's not going to be this council who builds any of the actual residences that we're currently talking about. So I'd just like to make a point that it is very important that we do talk to developers and whoever else is going to actually be completing the work that this body of work is pertaining to, and that we make it not easy, don't give them a leg up, but make it as easy and seamless as we can to attract those type of people to do this work in Launceston. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Professor Razay.
Thank you very much. This is a very well-timely report. We have a strategic vision about housing. The report also has identified important issues which we are familiar with, that since 2020 there has been a 50% increase in house prices. But more importantly, by 2023, only 4% of sold houses are affordable housing. This is a major issue that's facing our community, and it will only get worse. Partly might be because government in the past used to invest in social housing, but that has declined dramatically over the last 20 years. I think it's important that local governments with state and federal government to collaborate in increasing the number of social housing. My question is how our council can contribute in influencing developers in ensuring percentage of new property, especially large property, that should be for social or affordable housing.
Executive Leader.
Thanks, Councillor, for that question. It's a very difficult one to get developers to deliver affordable and or social housing. A lot of other states do it through incentivising development, increasing stories, providing more density and things like that. So you'll see one of the actions in the report actually points out an affordable housing strategy. So we do need to explore that. This is an overarching document that looks further, I guess, at those projects that we need to do to investigate those opportunities to kind of increase the opportunity for affordable housing. So that will come following the adoption of this particular plan.
Great. Thank you, Professor. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And I'd like to congratulate REMplan for coming from Victoria and really identifying what is required and needed and desired for Launceston. This is not a cookie cutter exercise. This is detailed. It answers a lot of concerns that people have, and I'd really encourage people over the next month that to dive deep into this. We have unique attributes in Launceston that are recognised here, especially our heritage. And I know, in a sense, in endorsing this draft plan, we are endorsing the concept of urban infill and greater density. And I think that is probably, for me, one of the greatest areas of concern, that we maintain our character in that process. And I think that is where it's different to perhaps many other places in Australia. Maybe not so much in the world, but in Australia, Launceston is quite unique in that sense. We're in a valley. We already have a certain type of intensification in terms of heritage buildings that aren't always regular in their lot size and all that type of thing. So that urban infill, I think, is one area where we must tread carefully and intelligently. And indeed, Launceston Council does have a CBD massing study that we haven't yet adopted. It's only been around 10 years or so that we've had it sitting there. And that does address many of those issues. And I think that's one thing that has to go hand in hand with this, that we have to look at the heights strategy and the work that was done by Professor Davies, I think his name is, Paul Davies, and reintegrate that into this. The other obvious important area of concern is the regional land use strategy. And I note that we have an item in regards to that coming up later in this agenda. But Launceston Council, indeed any council, is finding themselves in a position where more and more it is the state government who determines what and where will be developed and how it will be developed. And that is another area where I'd urge people to think and make consideration about our future destiny. I agree with my fellow councillor that it's by and large developers who will do this work. But we also have developers who are cognisant of all that, and we need to do the work to encourage them to work with us. But I do think that councils, indeed councils, have and do invest in housing as well, in Australia and around the world. And it is not beyond the realms of possibility, upper members of our state parliament excluded, it is not beyond the realms of possibility that Launceston Council can play a leading hand in some development of housing. And that would include the concerns around affordable housing. That does include the opportunity, and I note what is also really importantly addressed in this report, is that building of neighbourhoods, not the broadacre developments that we've had in the past, but the building of neighbourhoods, point 2, strategy 2. And that is the thing that will set Launceston apart. We already are set apart. Now let's move forward together in the future to make Launceston an even more unique place. And I think that this is a great basis for that to happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I'll just add a few words because, yes, it's a very important topic for any council. Our lifestyles really kind of direct how we think about how people live in our communities, and it's very anecdotal, it's very subjective. You can ask any 10 people on the street and all have a very different vision of how they live in Launceston and how they expect to live in Launceston. So these kinds of report, like the State of the City report, are really important so that we can see beyond the anecdote empirically that we've got a third of people living in rental, a third owned and a third mortgage, which surprised me, to be honest. And we know the tightness around that rental opportunity. When we think about infill development, which of course is incredibly important to ensuring that urban sprawl isn't the only game in town when it comes to more housing, is that we've been doing infill development for over 50 years in Launceston. Certainly in the area I live in, again, subjective, infill development's been happening for a very, very long time. And it's the kinds of houses that are built traditionally in someone's backyard. And I think it becomes something that's very fashionable. It's very obvious to us now. We've got a statewide planning scheme which is very bullish around infill development, and so this language started to be spoken much more in communities. And the kinds of houses that are being built now in infill development are very much more obvious to us. But if you look in any of those long, thin blocks in Trevally, there are so few that have any more infill opportunities available because it's all been done and we've been living with it for a very, very long time, very comfortably. So you can see a snapshot of the colonial history of Launceston at any given moment, looking up to those hills, and you can see exactly how our community's grown. And absolutely now we are seeing a time of real growth, because for so long we accepted that urban sprawl was the way to develop. We know now all of the issues that we create with this. So this is a very important report. It's very good that we've got it, and it's great to have officers that understand the importance of the depth of this work.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Harris to close.
Thank you, and thank you for my fellow councillors for their comments. Just perhaps a final note, I had a chat to a developer who said it's around about $500,000 to develop every affordable housing property. So that's even if it's in a multi-storey apartment. So where once upon a time land was cheap in Launceston, and it was relatively easy to build a 3-bedroom house on a block without any great hassles. Land is now much more expensive, and we will see changes, and it will be changes that will see greater densification, and not just the building of a second house in the backyard, or in fact 2 or 3 units on a residential style block, as those units may well be single storey. This will be the missing middle. This will be 3, 4, 5, even 6-storey apartment buildings that might be built in people's neighbourhoods. And when you read the plan, it talks about the northern suburbs around Mowbray, Kings Meadows area, and also the CBD. So this is our future. I say bring it on, but let's hear it from everyone else so they have their chance to have a say before we actually adopt this as our strategy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 19.2, we have the Northern Tasmanian Cricket Association Sports Complex Redevelopment Project, with that recommendation being that Council endorse the NTCA Sports Complex Master Planning Mass and Concept and notes project progress. Moved by Councillor Gibson.
Slight change, please. I'd like to remove the word endorse in point 1 and change the word to receive. So it will receive the Northern Tasmanian Cricket Association Sport Complex Master Planning Concept and to note the project progress. So altering the word endorse, substituting that with the word receive.
Seconded by Councillor Walker. So CEO, just around policy and process.
So through the chair, if that's what the mover of the motion wishes to do, they're absolutely entitled to.
Oh yeah, no, not questioning it, just ensuring. Question, Councillor Harris?
Can I have a question without us having the motion? Or it has been.
It's already been moved and seconded.
Okay. From a process point of view, endorsing says we now move forward. Receiving it does not give the council officers the knowledge to move forward, or the not knowledge. What's the word I'm looking for?
The action.
Imprimatur, the action to move forward. So I won't be in supporting the revised motion. I would be saying that I would move the existing motion to ensure that we endorse the plan and note the progress, because that is what the council officers need for us to move this project forward. To simply receive it would not allow it, would not give them the action or the imprimatur to go forward and actually move the whole process forward.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson, as the mover.
Thanks. Look, I totally hear the question. I think I'm not sure. It was a question without an answer. Nonetheless, I totally understand the premise of the idea. I guess for me, there's still so much that needs to be undertaken from a planning perspective, from a budgeting perspective, and from an engagement perspective. And so it clearly says the master planning concept will form the basis of a redevelopment project for the site. It's clearly going to achieve its objective. It's going to do what it was tasked with doing, looking and addressing the functionality and the operational requirements of the space. The project will continue to go on, and when it comes to a point where council need to endorse the exact requirements of what the precinct will be, how all of the tenants and co-located users feel about designs and the like, then we'll endorse it. At this stage, this continues to allow us to get on with the work that they're tasked operationally with doing and achieve it. Otherwise, the question would be, have all of the tenants, all of the users unanimously arrived at a position that is final? If the answer is yes, then perhaps we can move on with the next stage of the work. If not, I can suggest that as the document and as the plan and as the work goes on, we'll get to the point where it'll come back in appropriate strategic chunks for us to endorse and move forward.
Councillor Dawkins? Councillor Walker? Looking at Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. And look, I did have, this is a massing study. This is an overall look at the grunt behind the more finessed design work that will happen. And we have had that opportunity to have some input into that as councillors through workshops. I note that, and I had some concerns too, and I'm glad with the mover of the motion that it has been amended, and that's, it's been amended because, and I'll just give an example. I have some concerns of the parking arrangements. It's parking pretty much in the central part of the complex, and I've expressed those concerns. I've also made suggestions that around Dowling Street and on, if it is Henry Street there, I'm not sure, that we could look at parking on the exterior of the site. Without having any technical knowledge in these areas, I understand this may or may not be possible, but it's not reflected as yet in this massing study. I'm not sure if that information has been passed on to the people who are doing this massing study, so there's some room for toing and froing in regards to that. I think the essence of what is there is excellent. I think it's very much what councillors were presented with and what the community, and especially the sporting community, are expecting. So I don't think there's any problems with that. But I also don't think, as the mover of the motion has said, that there is any problem in not endorsing this, but in receiving it. And indeed, if it is received and voted today to be received, that can be seen as, in a sense, tacit endorsement anyway. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. I've got a question. Councillor Britton and Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. What is the difference between endorsing and receiving a report?
Executive Leader? And how that would come into play in this instance.
Yeah, if council does not choose to endorse today, we won't be undertaking any further work on the project.
Councillor Dawkins?
So my understanding of the 11 a.m. meeting was to discuss this very thing. This is exactly why we met. We discussed it. It was never put forward there was going to be an issue because we don't want to get to a point at the table where we've tasked officers with doing a particular job, come to the table and then we slightly change, veer off in a different direction. This is exactly what we're being asked not to do. So we had an opportunity to bring it up. Some were present, some weren't. I believe that was the place to really thrash out the difference between endorsing and receiving and what it would mean for this project. We've had plenty of time to ask questions around it. So, look, this is not a project that's close to my heart or close to my constituents aren't, but I can see that there's an appropriate way to do this, and the way to do it would be to endorse this here today and keep this moving down the line so that the people who do have an active interest in this and are being paid to do this can do this work for council. We get, I think, a little bit lost sometimes with these analysis of stuff that really is beneath us and we don't need to be getting lost in. There's a lot more work that we can really pin ourselves to and our credentials. I just don't think this one's it, but we'll see.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkin. Further questions from Councillor Britton? Speak.
Yeah, sorry. With all due respect, I will not be supporting the motion with how it is. I would support it if it said to endorse it. We've been talking about this development, I think, really since I've been on council, and I can't see why we just wouldn't move forward with it and sort of sort the rest out later, and I'll dime a sword on that if I have to. But yeah, done.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Palmer and Councillor Raze.
Thanks, Mayor. And through you, perhaps a question for Council Officer Newby. I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting with yourself, Mayor. The Deputy Mayor was away, so I was asked to go along. And we had all the stakeholders, I'm pretty sure, in the room. And it was of my opinion that all those stakeholders were very much in favour of moving forward and endorsing the plan that we have in front of us today. Unless I got that wrong, just in case that gives anyone at the table any comfort, all the stakeholders were very much in support of moving forward and very excited by the proposal that we sat down and listened to and saw that day. So perhaps some clarity around that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're right. It is really well supported at the club level. We have received letters of support from most of the clubs. The Cricket Association took care of the other cricket associations. So what I'd say is well supported. But what I would say, this isn't the last opportunity for council to engage in this process. So the architectural services will occur. There will be opportunities for further engagement when we do get into the weeds and we get a little bit more detailed in terms of our response.
Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you very much. I think this master plan is well timed to improve the facilities there. Our city needs more sporting facilities to encourage young people to be involved in sport. And I think by engaging with all partners and by a council taking active role, I think that we should encourage and we should support it and we should push it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Raze. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wish to read from Google that endorse says to declare one's public approval or support of. And so I think that word of endorse gives the public approval of the plan and tells our staff to continue to move forward. We've already heard that if we simply receive this plan, the plan will sit on the shelf and gather dust. I'll leave it with you at that. I think we will perhaps, and I will again say that I will bring a second motion to, as was originally proposed, should this initial motion fail.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Further contributions around the table? To close, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. I absolutely hear all the contributions around the table, and I want to fundamentally say I agree with everything that's being said. This is a foundational beginning, if you like. This is a foundational concept that will form the basis of all the work that has to be undertaken. If councillors think that this is the final document that provides the final roadmap of where we need to get to, then you're kidding yourself. This is the foundation. In the absence of this work, a number of years ago, when perhaps it was needed before we commenced the work, this is where we are now. This provides everything that we need to get on and do the work. So I think to suggest that by not endorsing it, that in some way that would derail our request for federal funds and would derail our budgeting, and I think that's fanciful. I think the suggestion is that with my amendment or motion that we receive it, that we indicate that this document, together with all the other work that's occurring, and most importantly with all the work that's still to happen, that we will continue our way forward. I'm not going to die in the ditch either way, but I think it's just important to note that this in no way is the final design model make-up for the facility, and that it is really one document that is going to be, as the report says, the foundational basis for the redevelopment.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. So just before we head to the vote, just the CEO on what we're voting on and the process, just so everybody's clear.
Thank you. Through the chair, just so members are clear, the motion as moved does change the word as printed from endorses to receive. So in essence, that is council receiving everything before you, full stop. What has been foreshadowed by Councillor Harris, as I understand it, is should that motion fail, it would go back to the motion as printed, which would be to endorse the documents as printed. And to be clear and pick up the comments as mentioned before by the Executive Leader of Community Assets and Design, one of the things that I would be looking for if the current motion was to get up is direction from council as to what you would like us to do, because by receiving this stuff is essentially that you're receiving it, but you're not actually telling me as the CEO or the staff what you'd like to happen next.
Okay, so putting it to the vote then, all those in favour? Those against? So Councillor Gibson and Councillor Walker for. Remaining councillors against. The motion is lost. Councillor Harris on the foreshadow.
So the foreshadowed motion that council endorses the Northern Tasmanian Cricket Association Sports Complex Master Planning Massing Concept Document set in 5196948 and notes the project process. Progress so far. Happy to move it as that.
Great, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Anything further to speak around the table? Contributions from the seconder? Nothing from the table? Oh, a question, Councillor Kai.
Yes, so the question would be, we've endorsed it, which means that
This is to vote to endorse it, so
yes,
just to be clear.
To progress. But as we progress, it will still come back to us for more clarification and things like that. So we will still get a say. Yep, that's a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
To speak, thank you. And, unfortunately, I didn't get an opportunity to speak to the substance of this motion earlier because we were busy discussing semantics.
Okay, gotcha.
Of course, this is and to apologise for the simile, but a game changer. For Launceston, really, this is such a historic location to begin with, and I certainly, and I'm sure every councillor around the table, do by and large endorse the work that has been done by our consultants and also by our officers. This is a massing study. This is the general layout, how things are going to fit together. As I've said previously, I had some comments in regards to that. They have not been reflected yet in these plans. They may never be reflected. And I will seek opportunity to pursue those further if I can. But in the meantime, I think, I speak for everyone and I wouldn't normally do that. I do feel as though there is, I've not heard of anyone who fundamentally disagrees with the whole concept. This will be a game changer for various sports in Launceston. The massing study has consulted widely amongst those sporting groups, and what we see there is that opportunity to embrace those different sporting groups, but also potentially for this to grow further in that area. So it's really exciting times for Launceston. This is something that has had a mountain of work put into it up until this point, and it has got a long way to go. I look forward to those further discussions and those opportunities to have further input. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to follow Councillor Walker because I think the concept that's delivered here is outstanding. The title of the document's called just that, a concept, so we know there's plenty of work to do. I want to thank, obviously, previous administrators and council staff who've got us to this point, but importantly now taken all the good ideas, taken all of the hard work in terms of consultation. That was pretty tricky, getting a variety of users, some with very historic entitlement, and others with very growing numbers, all on the same page. Really exciting. Obviously, this document provides a snapshot of where we're at and where we can be. It's a great guiding document. Anything that Cherrawar does for this organisation is outstanding, and look forward to supporting it, importantly today, but into the future, because it's all of the future work that has to be undertaken in order for us to arrive at where we want to for our community.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, only that I'd also agree that this is a great document for us to endorse. It does set out a very clear process for where the buildings may well be located and the style of those buildings, all yet to be decided, but it is a great plan of how we may redevelop the NTCA, the oldest cricket ground in Australia. So I look forward to everyone endorsing this particular plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 19.3, we have response to notice of motion, Councillor Pentridge, emergency management response, with the recommendation being that Council notes the progress and intended next steps to improve organisational preparedness for power supply, interruptions and outages, and notes a funding request will be submitted through appropriate mechanisms to implement actions. Moved by Councillor Pentridge. Happy to move? And seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge, would you like to speak to the report? Happy with it? Cool. Councillor Walker?
Look, I have to rise and say I'm a little jealous of Councillor Pentridge getting such a quick response to his notice of motion. But nonetheless, a thorough job done there, and I congratulate the councillor for bringing this forward and the response from council officers. Indeed, you know, the also potential application for funding. If I can just leave with a question. If someone could just explain the process there and where we are in that funding process.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Executive Leader?
Through Chelsea, so we would still have to confirm the details of what we would be applying for the funding for, so it would likely end up being a future budget submission, but I would suggest that would not be next financial year, but potentially the one following once we've got some more details resolved.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Walker. I've got a question, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, probably to speak actually rather than a question. Just to say that I'd like to also thank Councillor Pentridge for bringing this forward. It has clearly identified a number of challenges that council a TAS Networks outage that is not, it was very uncommon. Interestingly, of course, we look at the news and we see what's facing the Gold Coast and Brisbane, and they could well be facing outages as we did, based on strong winds back in 2024. So I think it's really critical that we do get this work done, because we do need to understand our level of preparedness, but also our level of what we thought we had in place, to then find that it failed. And that's fine, it failed. We then found a way around it, but we now need to make sure we go back to ensure that if it doesn't fail again, should the same circumstance happen. So very happy to support this today.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I'd just like to stand and actually commend Councillor Pentridge for bringing this one forward. And I think it will be a very important addition to our flood management and keeping our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything further to close, Councillor Pentridge? Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Putting it to the vote, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 19.4, we have the Flood Authority Quarterly Report, the Lonnie Flood Authority Report, October to December 24, with the recommendation being that Council receives the Launceston Flood Authority Quarterly Report, October to December. Somebody to move? Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I don't have too much to say. I just have a couple of questions, though. It talks here about the Willis Street and Boland Street section of the levy, and that there's currently consideration being given to the benefits of detailed investigation. I just wanted to, overall, how is the levy at the moment?
So that section of levy is fully reinstated and we are comfortable with the condition of that. As noted in previous reports, sorry, I think I jumped in a little bit earlier. As noted in previous reports, during the excavation to repair the damage, it was noted that there was a significant gravel lens through that section. It has been that way since the levy was originally constructed in the 60s. So we're comfortable with the situation, but we're considering if we need to do some additional testing just to make sure that everything is fine.
Fantastic, thanks very much. And then also, I can just see it's a priority for the coming quarter that there's an officer recruitment to progress the flood mitigation strategy. How much of the flood mitigation strategy will sit with the flood authority? Understandably, well, as far as my knowledge, they are sort of an offshoot of council. How much? Does that make sense? That question.
So as the Flood Authority has an aspect of responsibility for flood risk management, we are ensuring that the Flood Authority is briefed on the flood mitigation strategy as well as the council.
Thanks very much, and that's me done. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris. Anything further around the table? Nothing further to close, Councillor Britton then? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 19.5 is the vehicular crossing driveway policy, with the recommendation being that council endorse the vehicular crossing driveway policy as published in this agenda. Somebody to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. I think this is just a body of work that's been done because it had not been done before. So it's probably important that this does happen. We can be uniform across the city, and I think we should endorse it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, as Councillor Britton said, we didn't have a policy that was found in this particular area. It is important that we do have something for our officers to fall back to should someone do something different other than what is in the general public's best interest, or in fact affecting the safety of others, and particularly with regard to where it crosses footpaths. I think that's very important. And also the minimum distance from not only existing trees, but also public infrastructure such as what we would call TAS network poles or similar. It certainly is timely that we have something along those lines. My own property is right on the TAS network pole, which actually makes it rather difficult to back out with a trailer or otherwise. So it's very important that we do have such a policy. Clearly the Latrobe Council doesn't have one that covers that particular aspect, but have your support today.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I didn't know that we were going to compare ourselves to other councils, but essentially this is creating that consistency, and that safety factor is high with these. Driveways seem to be one of those things that people, you know, I've had quite a few people come to me over my time as a councillor. There's always driveway issues around wanting to put their own in, having put their own in, and then having to, you know, try and defend their position, that sort of thing. So the consistency will be important. It's interesting, you know, the distance away from the corner of a boundary, for example. It never occurred to me that that would be an issue, but of course it is when you're putting a car, you know, extremely adjacent to another property. Just creating consistency in these sort of areas where I suppose people have taken it into their own hands quite often, thinking, well, this is something I can do myself, which they can, as long as they do it the right way. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Britton? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Delivery and performance at 20. 20.1 is the monthly financial performance report, with the recommendation being that council notes the report outlining both capital and operational results for the period ending 31st of January. Somebody to move. Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Can I start again with a couple of questions? Sorry about this. Are we going to receive a monthly report in this way every month from now on. And my only question is, 6 months ago, did we do that?
To answer the first part of your question, yes, this report will come to each meeting, on the exception that we have 2 meetings within the space of the same month. This is something that the new CEO has implemented within the first couple of months of his beginning. So it hasn't been a long-standing process until the current CEO began.
Thank you, no worries. I mean, look, my only comment, it's not really a suggestion, it's just a comment, is obviously I think receiving it as frequently as we do, you can sort of read the report, and there's a bit there that whilst you sort of explain, doesn't quite match up, and you're sort of taking into consideration grants, taking into consideration this and that are coming, that haven't come, that don't quite overlap or whatever. It's not that it's confusing, but it's just, perhaps we could make it more concise and get one report a quarter, who knows, we can do whatever we like, that's just my thought. And apart from that, thanks very much for it, and cheers.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris is the seconder. Any further comments around the table? Nothing further to close?
No, thank you.
Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 20.2, we have delegation of mayoral duties, 12th to the 19th of March. The recommendation is that council notes the absence of the mayor and deputy mayor and delegates to Councillor Harris for that period. Somebody to move? Councillor Walker? And seconded by Councillor Gibson. Would you like me to vacate the chair? I'll ask the table. No, fine. Just wanted to make sure before you jumped up, Councillor Walker, and pulled a point of order on me. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Walker.
I'll let you know when that's going to happen, Mayor. That's absolutely fine, and I congratulate Councillor Harris on that appointment. I'm sure he'll do a fine job.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson. Anything further around the table? Nothing to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.3 is the intention to lease the basement level of Macquarie House, which is at 92 to 94 Cameron Street here in Launceston, with the recommendation being that council by absolute majority forms the intention to lease the basement level in the property known as Macquarie House, located here in Civic Square. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris has moved. Seconded. Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Macquarie House, the basement has been somewhat an underutilised space since Wolfies was there in the 1980s, and it was the place to go for lunch. I think it's time that we did have some activation in that, and so this motion to go to the market and lease out the basement area, including the small outside area, which is protected from the wind, is actually a very good idea, and I hope that everyone else supports this particular intention to go to the market. We will then, of course, see what's out there, see who wants to use that particular space, and see how we go from that. It will take up to 8 weeks, but I think it will be a good thing if we can get that up and working as an activated space, certainly by next summer, if not earlier. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Obviously, I rise to support this. I think it's got the potential to be a really good space. I know there's been some unofficial and some anecdotal kind of conversations about how we can get people in there and what we can do. The space in its current form needs a fair bit of investment to get anybody in there. I think there's an opportunity there to make it a little bit, or to entice the right kind of people, but also if we can give something to the people who are going to apply, we could even open it up to a bit more of a wider audience, because at the moment you're going to need a fair bit of capital to get in there and do anything. But nonetheless, good luck to whoever does apply, and can't wait to see what happens.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Now I just had Councillor Walker and Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Of course, this has gone to market previously after Council did do the basic refurbishment of the building with a federal government grant. and that was unsuccessful. That does have a space in there for a kitchen and a cool store that is not fitted out at present. So if there was to be a commercial type of lease there, there would be implications, of course, and arrangements having to be made. Having said that, I've had a number of community groups and others who have expressed interest in the space. Indeed, I have taken a specific group through that building on a number of occasions, and they have expressed interest in that. In response to that, from the previous CEO, the approach was that because we had already gone through a tender process that was unsuccessful, it was deemed that therefore someone could make an unsolicited application for the space, which wouldn't have to go through a tender process. Now, in instituting this, I would assume that we would be back in a competitive process environment. So, yes, whilst there was nothing official about those groups that I've taken through, it was the case that the executive were aware of that process. That might not be the case with the current executive, and that might be my shortcomings in not making them aware of that. But I will just note that I don't think there's any reason why that group could not join this process, but my concern would be, how can I put it, that theirs would not be a competitive offer, I suppose. It would be something that would align with council policies, but not necessarily line council's pockets. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hawker. Further comments around the table? Councillor Kai?
In our Heritage Advisory Committee, I think it was last year, was it last year or the year before, we did go down and have a look at that space, and my understanding was that it was actually going to be for an art gallery. And I'm just wondering, what happened to that idea as to whether it was brought forward to council or not, and whether if it goes into this, that it would still happen?
Sure, thank you, Councillor Kai. CEO, any actions that have been left from previous administrators for this?
Thank you, through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Kai. I'm certainly not aware of any actions, motions or decisions of council that would facilitate an art gallery.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pentridge and Councillor Britton.
Look, I think it's quite clear from what I'm hearing that, it's a beautiful building. I don't want to keep emphasising my age, but I can remember some beautiful times in that restaurant. And I sometimes wonder, as you all do about me, we want people in town. I think we need an opportunity to investigate and maybe get an opportunity where we can go down and have a look and maybe create some more ideas. And I think it is, like I said, I had beautiful memories of it. And I think if we could redevelop it, and if some money needs to be spent on it, so be it. And let's see if we can bring it back to life again and bring more people back into the city. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Britton?
I don't think I'm allowed to speak, but I can cleverly ask a question. What I can say is just in response to Councillor Kai's thing, I can remember a very brief conversation about that being an art gallery. However, I don't think that ever got off the ground or went too much further. Can you remember that, Mayor?
I can't remember it. I can't remember it going any further either. No. But this expressions of interest process doesn't stop that from being the desired outcome if that's what council desires it to be. So, yeah, excellent. Councillor Harris, to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. As I said, this opens it up for all people to have their opportunity to put forward their suggestions of what their organisation or their company or their business may wish to do in whatever form that they feel is necessary. And as a space that, if it is to operate as a restaurant, it needs a substantial amount of funds to be spent on it to bring it to enable that to happen, then obviously they'd be looking for a substantial lease. And so it's good that we have put a 10-year lease period on it, which could be a 5+5 which would help anyone who's going to make an investment in that property be able to recoup their investment. So I look forward to what might come out of this, and I look forward, as Councillor Pentridge says, to the space being reactivated, whether that be for meeting rooms, an art gallery, or some sort of restaurant or food outlet. Let's bring it on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Putting it to the vote, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We have nothing identified as a part of strategy and innovation. So we'll move to 22, which is the Chief Executive Officer Network status report on council decisions at 22.1. With that recommendation being to receive the report, decisions made as of the 13th of February. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Britton, Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you. This is us receiving this report, which, as the CEO had mentioned earlier, that is an update on all of the council decisions, and it clearly shows those that have been progressed and completed, and those that are still yet to be completed. So it is a good tool for the general public to perhaps get their head around more than they might have done in the past, because someone may move a motion, as Councillor Walker has on a number of items, and then that there goes to be a period of seemingly inactivity before something happens. And this at least will keep all of those motions on the boil for them to be having something new added to it on a regular basis, so that the motion does get moved forward and doesn't just sit and lapse because things have overtaken it. So a very important report for us to receive.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton, anything further to contribute around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At agenda item 0022.2, we have status report on notices of motion. Recommendation that council receives the reports of notices of motion, been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Gibson.
Look, everything that Councillor Harris said for the previous item absolutely carried forward to this one to do with our motions. But importantly, you'll note one has been taken off, the completion of the pump track. And as the owner of that motion, together with former Councillor Daking, I too am very happy to see that council staff did an incredible job responding to community consultation and determining a space, the first maybe of many, of another wonderful piece of infrastructure. And I know that it has been already well received and will continue to be well received for generations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Britton, further contributions around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. 22.3, we have attendance of Councillor Tim Walker at the Local Government Tech Leadership Summit in Sydney on the 12th of March. Recommendation is that council approves the attendance of Councillor Walker. Somebody to move? Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge.
I think we all have to agree that, well, I won't speak on anyone else's behalf, but I do appreciate the input that Councillor Walker puts into all of us. I think it'd be appropriate that he goes and comes back with, I'm pretty sure you'll come back with a pretty good report and we'll all benefit from it. So he has my support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, yes, look forward to Councillor Walker's report. I would have loved to have gone myself, but wasn't able to. And really look forward to the introduction of AI into local government. It's something that has been discussed at LGAT, and it is something that is really the digital transformation of local government, in fact, all forms of communication. So it is very important that councillors are exposed to this type of seminar and come back, and then, importantly, will be the reporting of it back to us all around the table, but also then just to sit in the council meeting like this with a knowledge that perhaps others of us don't have to then help us make better decisions.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much. And yes, when this conference did come along, I thought it was very important that the council were represented there. I'll note that a couple of council officers who are directly involved in our transformation of our digital data resources are also going to be in attendance. It's very timely it's almost as if they organised this conference just for Launceston Council, really, because a number of the things that they are discussing are directly related to our current activities. So that will be of great interest. When it does come to AI and cyber security, this is obviously a changing world. We learn something new every day at the moment. And Council certainly needs to play its part in that area, but also to learn what's appropriate and what's not appropriate with the technology. It's something that we probably haven't had to discuss on a council level, but it goes to issues of morality as much as anything else. And finally, I will say, if I am successful with my fellow councillors in being able to attend, this would be the first occasion on which I have represented Launceston Council at such an occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close? Councillor Pentridge? All good? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 22.4, we have correspondence from the Minister of Local Government, a call for commitment, Tasmanian Government's local government electoral bill. So the recommendation is to note the correspondence from the Minister, and it's regarding the availability discussion paper for reforms to local government electoral bill. It's been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I really appreciate the way that we are moving towards important pieces of correspondence being tabled, such as this. I think it's really important. And obviously at the next council meeting, we will note our draft response because it's due on the 4th of April. And that means we will need to workshop it over the next 2 weeks in order for us to endorse our response before it's received. So I look forward to that workshop either next week or the week after. Importantly, I think this is really exciting stuff. This is about shaping our model of local government elections to be fit for purpose into the future. What I say is that there are lots of ways that the state needs to innovate and move forward with electoral reform in terms of local government elections. And I think this discussion paper sets out a really brave, courageous, forward-focused discussion, not only around the way people vote, around the way that the Deputy Mayor could be determined, and so look forward to those conversations. What I want to say is, and what I'll be saying when we have the discussion, is that last election our council played an incredibly large role in the region, being a place where people came to vote, often at the last minute and without the necessary tools that they needed. And this was often for not only our own council area, but for neighbouring council areas. So one of the things I'll be looking to ensure we include, as we have done in our responses previously, is to ensure that the cost shift for that large administration exercise in not only paying for an election to be conducted, but in terms of the time and energy and staff required to administer that element of it, should it continue to sit with our council, is dealt with appropriately. That being said, that's a small matter that can be contained within our submission, but I just think that this is exciting. The state government has obviously listened to all of the previous local government ministers, all of the consultation that's occurred with the sector previously. I actually think this is really, really exciting.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Councillor Gibson took a few of my points, but I'll just bring up some new ones. The Honourable Kerry Vincent, MLC, as Minister for Local Government, is showing that he actually understands our sector, having been a former mayor down at Sorel. And it's really important that the public understand that they also have the ability to make comment on these suggestions. It's not just what we as council might refer back to, as Councillor Gibson has said. That is very important as a council, but it is open for the general public to make the same comments on a personal basis. And in fact, any of us as individual councillors could also make comment up until the 4th of April. We are talking about changing times. A postal ballot, when we have mail delivery of 3 days per week, is probably almost dead in 2026. And certainly by 2030, would probably be 1 day a week rather than 3 days a week. So they do need to change how local government elections are to be held, and many people have said to me that having a single day of action, if you like, as we have for both state and federal elections, is a preferred option, so they all go to vote once. It does seem that in this next report we will be transitioning, and they're talking about having a 4-week window for people to make lodgements of their voting papers. And there may still be a week-long process for people to lodge their paper, as we might go and vote down at our local primary school. You won't be doing that at your primary school because there's a school that has to operate Monday to Friday. So it will be quite interesting for everyone to have their say on this. And as Councillor Gibson mentioned, there are changes on the direct public election of deputy mayors. It's something that I think is a good idea. Ideally, you would always have your best candidates running for mayor, and so therefore, by excluding them, as says in the paper, you don't always end up with the best candidate to be the deputy mayor. It does talk about that, and I think it's a really bold step forward, and one that I certainly would support personally. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. I think most points have been covered thoroughly by the mover of the motion. I didn't even realise that mail delivery had gone to 3 days a week. I still check my mailbox every day. Am I missing something? I don't know.
Bills.
Anyway, regardless, I think anyone around this table who's obviously been successful at being elected, or indeed anyone who's nominated themselves for local government elections, would have seen the idiosyncrasies involved in our election process and the shortcomings and all other associated things. So we won't go into a detailed list of those. But yes, it is a good opportunity for that review to take place, bearing in mind, of course, that we don't wish in any way for people to be disenfranchised in that process, that their vote and their choice and ultimately their representation is just as robust as it is now. So let's not lose anything in the process, let's gain some. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you. I think this is a timely paper to reflect on our electoral process. And most importantly, about providing a better quality of public information. I think the council election, I found them actually the most democratic of all the elections compared to state and federal, in that they provide detailed information of all candidates participated in local election. And I think that's so important. By sending books to their addresses, which you don't find actually in state and federal, and I think they should have learned from our local election, program. I think what I found, like especially last election, how people went to elect and they have no idea who to elect for, because nobody provided them with information which make you think how the electoral system and other governments more biased toward major parties. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. Further contributions? To close, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the contributions around the table. 33 reform areas. Obviously, that is going to be a big amount to get our head around in terms of a workshop. So my hope is the way that it will come to us is reflective of some of the detailed submissions we've made in the past. We've certainly put forward lots of these ideas, so a starting point for a council submission would be to look at what we've submitted in the past and to align that with any of the 33 submission areas in the draft paper that comes to councillors for discussion, and for perhaps a preliminary contribution from councillors before the workshop, because if we think that we're going to be able to get through 33 submission reform areas within, well, let's be honest, the day, that would be hard. So I would hope that there's a process that can allow that to happen in an appropriate way that demonstrates not only us moving forward with democracy, but making good use of our previous submissions and time. I think this is really exciting. Kerry Vincent's been in the chair for a couple of months. It's the work of previous local government ministers and certainly DPAC, together with the sector, that has really got us to this point, and I'm excited for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 22.5, correspondence with a Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's interim report for the inquiry into local government sustainability. We've got a recommendation here that Council notes the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's interim report for the inquiry into local government sustainability. I've got a mover from Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is a federal government report into the, future sustainability of local government, which is unfortunately didn't have a Tasmanian representative on the federal government committee that looked into it. They did, in fact, come to Launceston, and hopefully they received some good information. But I just thought one of the main parts of this document is simply the amount of other areas that local government across Australia ends up having to provide services to its local population. And that's everything from health, aged care, childcare, mental health services, which really are state and federal government responsibilities, but here they are that councils have to do it. And that happens here in Tasmania. A number of our local councils own aged care units. We don't, I don't think, that Launceston does. Thankfully, there has been enough market for a commercial operator to operate in that space. But it also goes on, talks about the progressively complex infrastructure and asset management, including maintaining, depreciating assets. And when you look at our road network, that is a huge financial impost. And it's bad enough for us as a council with a $140 million budget, but it's virtually impossible for a small regional council that might have hundreds of wooden bridges and thousands of kilometres of gravel roads and also sealed roads. So it is really important that that the federal government looks into this. Hopefully they then come back with a better model of how local government is funded, because it is absolutely key to the success of local government and our communities that the federal government do put more money into our actual running the business, because if we don't, what we'll start to see, as has happened around the world, that councils, local councils, will end up going broke because they simply won't be able to maintain the asset and pay for the work that needs to be paid. So really important work, and happy for us to receive this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Anything further, Councillor Britton? Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. Just briefly want to thank Mr Newby and Mr Williams, who represented the City of Launceston last September at the hearing. Appreciated. And Mayor, I want to thank you. I know you've stood up and vehemently spoken about the financial assistance grants together with other mayors, which is just so important, obviously, for the future of local government. That's what the report says, that's what the sector says, and that's the message we need to continue to advocate, not only for ourselves, but importantly for other smaller local government areas that really do rely, as Councillor Harris said, on that funding model, which needs constant attention. So thanks for your advocacy, and thanks for the work of Michael and Nathan in representing us at that hearing.
Great, thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Yes, it is certainly an interesting report. I suppose I put interesting in brackets in a sense, because I'm still trying to get my head around what's going to be achieved here. Different councils across Australia have very different responsibilities and roles, and it is a mixed bag. I note that the Local Government Association of Tasmania did do a submission, as well as the Tasmanian Government, and even a group called the Northern Tasmanian Alliance of Municipalities, or something along those lines, which I'm yet to get to the bottom of. But regardless of that, I think you might say, oh, this is not the responsibility of local government, or that is, or vice versa. But I think essential to governments of all levels is the notion if there's a need, if there's a market failure, if someone else is not doing it, then there is an opportunity for you to do something, whether that's in the area of homelessness or aged care or housing or a litany of other things. That is partially the role of local council, to step in where there is a gap, to you know, especially address the welfare of its municipality. Now, that can sometimes easily say that's the responsibility of someone else, some other level of government, but also, you know, there can be more than one way to address these issues, or just be of assistance in these areas. So, in terms of sustainability, I think this report sort of does outline to some extent, you know, the problems that are being faced by some local councils, and as well as some of the successes. And I'd say that Launceston Council, being a major council, having large assets, you know, we have our own challenges that are definitely different to some other councils. And, you know, one of those would be our large property portfolio, for example. That's not the sort of thing that's necessarily going to be addressed in this process, but nonetheless, the relationship between federal governments and state to local council, but especially federal government, and those funding models, I think, is at the heart of this. And I look forward to you know, what ongoing sustainability can come out of that, and reliability for councils to know that they move forward with that support.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions from the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 22.6, we have the Northern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy Review Steering Committee. Recommendation is that Council endorse the nomination of the Executive Leader, Community Asset and Design, Chelsea Van Wright, as the City of Launceston's representative on the Northern Tasmanian Land Use Strategy Review Steering Committee as its first preference, and at 2, endorse the nomination of Councillor Walker as the second preference as its representative on that same group. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to move a slight amendment, if I can, to this nomination in item 2, to endorse the nomination of the Mayor as our second preference. You perhaps I might ask the CEO to explain the other council's actions and what they're doing if I get a seconder to my amended motion.
Do you want? We'll go CEO first, perhaps.
Thank you, through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Harris, and thanks for the discussion at the workshop prior to Council on this very matter. So I've followed up and looked at the responses that have come through from the other impacted councils, and it's fair to say that there is a consistency that they've either nominated the Mayor first and CEO second, and or they've put CEO first and Mayor second.
Thank you. So that's with it being moved. Councillor Harris, a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Northern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy Review Steering Committee is an important committee, and it is something that, as we discussed at the workshop earlier today, has the mayors or the CEOs sitting on it. It doesn't mean we cannot have other councillors on it, but I just felt that the nature and the importance of this required the Mayor to perhaps be the second representative or second preference for its representative after our Chelsea Van Wright as the planning manager, shall we say, for lack of a better description, that this is clearly where it sits. It's not something that as a second preference I would expect that you as Mayor would have to fill in for very regularly. It would only be should Ms Van Wright be unavailable for the meeting. So it is just something that I didn't have the opportunity to talk to Councillor Walker about this, and I feel guilty for doing it, but we didn't have a break in between him coming in and now. So it is something that was talked about in workshop, and I hope that you would accept the nomination as Mayor should this motion be successful.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Dawkins is the seconder. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, just briefly, obviously want to thank Councillor Harris and Councillor Dawkins who brought up the matter at the council workshop with regard to a specific councillor being listed and the sense of unease with that. Look, I wasn't sure if a process had been arrived at before this, because obviously in terms of one's advocacy and speaking about land use planning matters, there's no one who speaks more frequently. If I could just finish with a question, I think it's important that, you know, there's a process around how Councillor Walker's name was arrived at, and if there's a sense of expectation, councillors need to know that, because that may well determine that we feel unease about being influenced to change it on the spot. So I'll finish with the question, how did Councillor Walker's name end up in the officer recommendation? Please.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Gibson. And as we discussed earlier at the workshop, simply put, that's a judgment call that I made on the basis of the request from NTDC, and I made that judgment call, and to be honest with you, it was literally a ball in the air between, in my view, Councillor Walker or Councillor Mackenzie, noting that the Deputy Mayor is away at present at this point in time, purely based on my observations on planning matters that I've observed in the last 8 months.
Thank you. Appreciate that, which would be my observation also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. I've got Councillor Kai, then Councillor Pentridge.
I just have a question. Before we start putting people's names on here, I feel like we should really ask if they are happy to be nominated without just throwing their names up and then letting everyone else decide whether they should be the one or not. So the question is Councillor Walker happy to be nominated as a second preference, or is the Mayor happy to be nominated as the second preference or first preference? So I feel like this question should have been asked before it's printed.
So, CEO?
Thank you, Councillor Kai. What also gave reinforcement to my judgment call was at the last council meeting. Councillor Walker, you may recall your very active interest in this very topic, and I think your words were, I would be extremely keen to be considered for such an opportunity.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Pentridge.
As I've already said, I support the way it's been written, and I agree totally with our CEO. I think, in all fairness, I have an adopted granddaughter called Billy. She needs a father more home. We've got to share some of this work around, right? And I think the fact that Tim has indicated he'd gladly do it, I think it's a good choice, and that's the way it should be. So I support the decision making, and we can't. If we chase every rabbit down every burrow, we're never going to get anywhere. So that's why we're paying this ridiculous amount of money to our CEO to make these big decisions. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Professor Razay.
I quite agree with the Councillor Pentridge, because I think it's important to delegate some of that jobs to councillors. Especially every councillor have got different experience, and they've got good contribution to the council. And the CEO have already talked to Councillor Walker, and he's happy with that, and I feel happy to endorse him.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Gibson?
So we're kind of in a situation now where it's kind of like, what are all the other councils doing strategically, which is probably, in all honesty, the way it should be, versus someone who has such experience and passion for the space. So could you read out again, please, what our neighbouring councils are doing in the space? I think you did that at the beginning, or roughly.
Yes, thank you. And through the Chair to Councillor Gibson, most of what I've seen, in fact all of what I've seen, has either been the CEO or General Manager as the first preference, and or Mayor as second preference, or alternate.
And my second question is, whilst it says that the Mayor in the current motion could be the nomination, and in most of these examples, both an operational and a elected rep do attend, because they've got different points of view, not disagreeing with you, but saying how it's been previously. Is there any ability in endorsing the nomination of the Mayor? The Mayor could still delegate, if there was an opportunity based on the agenda, a councillor to do that i.e. Councillor Walker, if that was his wish.
I think through the chair, it'd be my belief and understanding that absolutely the mayor could nominate a proxy as the mayor would do at any other official event or invite. Thank you. Through the chair, I just had a brief discussion with the mayor for some clarification just on 2 points, and to speak to Councillor Harris's suggestion with the mayor as the nominee, and I'm not trying to weigh into the debate here, but that would give some merit to consistency around the principal spokesperson of the council. So the mayor, and hence also while I was thinking towards Councillor Mackenzie, but I appreciate that he's overseas, so it was a bit unfair to definitely put him forward when he was absent and not here in that instance. What's important to recognise, and why Launceston is slightly different in our recommendations, and particularly around the executive leader of community assets and design, is whilst I appreciate some of my respective colleagues and GMs and CEOs may have a planning background or a planning interest, I am not a planning expert. It's probably one of my greatest weaknesses in local government. I'm quite happy to admit that publicly. But I do recognise the skills and talents of the people within our team, particularly within our executive team. So I think it would be wrong of me to recommend myself for that position when I know I've got a very competent, capable and more skilled person sitting within our executive leadership team that I think would actively drive the best interest for the City of Launceston. So that's also why we have that slight difference in terms of a member of our executive team and not the CEO being put forward as the first preference.
Okay, questions, Councillor Britton, then Councillor Harris? Sweet, yep.
This is probably a little bit left field from what everyone else is saying, but ultimately I agree with everything the CEO just said. And I think whenever you're looking for anyone to do a job, you should pick the person with their hand in the air. And I think the two people who were on the initial motion are the two correct people to put there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just a question from the operation of the committee. The first nomination, which is Executive Leader, Community Assets and Design, would attend every meeting that they could, and the second preference would only attend if the Executive Leader was unavailable, so they would not attend every meeting together. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Harris, that is my understanding. However, I don't see anywhere in the terms of reference where observers are excluded.
Cool. Any further contributions? Questions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No. We'll see how we go.
So, CEO, just so councillors are aware, process and protocol now, we've got the substantive motion which has different to the recommendation. Nothing's been foreshadowed. If this falls over, where does it go to?
Thank you. Through the chair, what we have moved by Harris and seconded by Dawkins at present is as printed with a change to recommendation 2 to the mayor as opposed to Councillor Walker. In the absence of that failing, I'd be looking around the table for someone to move something, or at least recommendation 1, to give us some degree of representation, because I do need to provide a response back to NTDC sooner rather than later.
Councillor Kai?
If this fails, doesn't it just go back to the original motion?
Sorry, through the chair, there's no amendment, so this is the motion.
Councillor Britton?
Can I foreshadow a motion? The initial motion? I'll foreshadow the initial motion if this one fails.
Second that.
Okay, so we're still doing the first one here, which is amended on the screen, which is the substantive motion. So putting it to the vote, all of those in favour? Those against? So it's Councillor Harris and Gibson for, the rest against? Abstaining, okay. Abstaining is Councillor Walker. So we go to Councillor Britton's move to go back to foreshadowed the original recommendation. Councillor Britton. Oh, seconded by Councillor Kai.
Thank you. I don't think we need to debate it anymore.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just to say, it is a bit strange. People who's brought it up at the session and voted against it. It's peculiar, but I think Councillor Walker will obviously do an outstanding job, and as would the mayor or the his representative. So I just look forward to the work being done, and I think given the great work that's being done with the development of our own housing strategy, it's very fitting that the executive leader is there, but equally the elected voice is so important. And one thing we can be assured of is that the elected voice, or at least Councillor Walker's voice, hopefully reflecting an elected feel, will also give great input.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the previous discussion. I would be happy to be endorsed as the second preference for this council as a representative on the Northern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy Steering Committee. I'm only disappointed that I'm not the first preference for that, but nonetheless, I'll accept the second. Indeed, I would enjoy the opportunity. I do relish and enjoy planning matters in general. I see that through the NTCA, the Northern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Strategy is a crucial part of the work that we are doing and has an impact on work that we've talked about today. Substantial work that we are intending to do. I hope every councillor, including our chair, knows that given half a chance, I'll chew your ear off about any of this. So I should, if I'm fortunate enough to attend one of these meetings, reassure you that I will pass on far more information that you probably need. And of course, in that role, you're representing the council. You're not representing your own personal beliefs or otherwise. And in this case, in an unlikely circumstance that I would be attending a meeting, I would bear that in mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Nothing to close. Putting to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We have no late items in the agenda, so we will move into closed council. This recommendation requires absolute majority, but council moves into closed session to discuss the published matters at 24.1, 24.2 and 24.3 and 24.4 will be closed. Someone to move? Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Britton, actually, has his hand this time, not just moving. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We're moved into closed council. Okay, councillors, so now that we can see the table and we're back into open session, somebody please to move that this is the correct reflection of what we spoke of. Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour? All councillors present? The motion is carried. Okay, meeting closed at 5:03, with the next meeting here to be held at 1 p.m. on the 27th of March. Anybody want to debrief?